course, Mr. Jensen.
There I was, rolling along the freeway when all of a sudden you come on the radio loud and clear. And I says to myself, that's got to be the Joe Devlin that came to see me. I mean, it's got to be the real Joe Devlin, no doubt about it. Only this time I'll go to see him.
Personally, I always had a soft spot for Stalin. Any dictator who changes his name from Djugashvili to Man of Steel has my vote, so to speak.
Okay, could be served as is.
Possibly a salad.
Or perhaps a stir.
That's high praise indeed.
Yes, and ho.
Great, let's run with that. Yes and ho. Thanks. Emma.
Well, I have my own visual aid, and this is it.
Marge, get back in bed.
No, I'm just fine right here.
It's like a huge demon that... Oh, you see a boat.
Jesus, been in the gym. Nice shot, buddy.
I mean, I'm just trying to run a decent hospital, and you people keep bothering me in the most rude manner imaginable.
How we all doing? We doing well? Surviving? Oh my god, it's so muggy today, but it's cool. We're gonna persevere. god, I've just dumped a shameful amount of waste on my floor to make way for tonight's thing that we're gonna try without prior instruction, but I don't know. Someone on one of the official forums said that this should be fairly straightforward, so you never know. This might actually be like a really short stream, nice and simple. But anyway, we'll cut over to desktop mode. Hey, how's it going? Oh my god, I'm getting used to this new chair. It's alright. It's the old chair would allow me to slouch quite a lot, and just, I don't know, allowed my lumbar to kind of turn into like a weird pretzel shape, but not this chair. This chair is kind of reminding me how you know, the correct spinal curvature, which is good. I mean, yeah, got no complaints. Anyway, we're not talking about the chair tonight. We're talking about this guy right here. It is a A3 PlusTek scanner majig. Seen there with a total distortion box for scale. It is an A3 scanner, which I need for a couple of projects. And you might be thinking, that's, you know, what's the deal there? Like, why are you worried? Like, that's just put in the driver disk and start scanning stuff. Like, unfortunately though, that's not enough for me, because in order to do it supports Windows and Macintosh out of the box. It does not support Linux, which is where we currently are. Now, I don't think I've got it to hand, but I looked around on the forums for Sane, the scanner access something easy project. Oh, scanner access now easy project. And allegedly, this scanner is just based on a system on a chip by Genesis Incorporated. I don't know which system on a chip. We're probably gonna have to find that out. But someone, I think, begged for the scanner to be added, and they were like, "Oh well, it kind of looks like one of the ones we already got, so it's probably not too much difficulty to put in." But realistically, though, like that's the problem with like hardware support under Linux. Like you basically have to scratch your own itch a lot of the time if the company in question doesn't have dedicated staff to work on this, which is frustrating. Anyway, but I think what we'll do, we'll crack open the VM. We'll install the driver, which we're going to need to do anyway, and then so we can start doing some captures of what is meant to be sent to the scanner while doing a scan. So we'll just start up good old Windows, which I think we already have. We already have packet capture on there after fixing the SteelSeries mouse. So that should be alright. Okay, so we're gonna go to Firefox. We're gonna look up PlusTek Optic Slim 1180, which is the model name for the scanner. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Support. What we want is an installer for the driver. Okay, yeah. 152 megs. I can kind of understand that, given that it probably includes some kind of post-processing software. I don't even know, like, I haven't really used Sane at all, so I don't even know what the deal is with how much of the actual scanner touch-up is done in post. But I suppose we'll find out. I suppose that's why we're here. But yeah, man, I mean, the scanner itself looks pretty simple. It's like a one of those, it's like an optical strip on a little gantry that's attached to a couple of stepper motors. Very, you know, there's one moving part. Well, okay, no, I guess two if you count the stepper motors, but whatever. We'll just grab. So let's just install this package from the internet without really thinking too hard about it. Yeah, we want all this. We want dock action, we want dock terrain, we want whizzing in action, or whatever that means. Yeah. Just give us everything. Interesting. Okay, so this, it must contain like a x86 and an x64 driver. What is weir? Okay. Oh, and I should. That's okay. We'll set it up, and then I'll port forward the scanner device. Do we even have this USB? It's showing up. Oh, okay. I've plugged it into. I plugged it into what I thought was a hub, but I don't have. I might have to pop onto the desk and get that properly attached. Or I could. Oh, actually, no. I can drag it. Drag it here. There we go. Huh? Oh, it's not powered on. It's not powered on. There we go. Focus, PlusTek. Incorporated USB 2.0 scanner. Sure. Just restart Windows. Who cares? Okay, it also occurs to me that maybe I should look up the Arch Wiki advice for Sane, because I have not really done Arch Wiki Sane. Because we're probably going to have to, like, we're going to be modding the backend driver package, and then, but we're probably going to still need interesting. Okay, many modern scanners support driverless scanning. Ah, sick. Okay. Because like one of the things I was kind of bemoaning when I realized the stupid thing that I did was that most of the pretty much because Apple runs the Cups project and also you know, has the entire install base of iPhones and iPads, they were kind of able to bully every single print company to say, okay, what you're going to do is your printer is going to have Wi-Fi and it is going to support this driverless protocol, which is essentially just kind of like a standardized, it's like IPP anywhere, I think is the standard for it. And then effectively, if you have a Wi-Fi printer now, Linux printing just works and you do not need to install any drivers at all, and it is great. Love it. And apparently if I purchased a multifunction device with a scanner on the top, then that would also be good. Unfortunately, I needed the bigger surface area, and also I like how this is more portable and I can just pack it away, whereas if it was like a flatbed on the top of a multifunction printer, that sounds like it would have been frustrating to use in the scenario that I wanted to use it, so that's fine. Okay, so what have we got? We've got scanner-specific problems. Most scanners should work out of the box. If yours does not, see Sane scanner-specific problems for installation instructions. Oh, that's for I mean, I did look in the Genesis backend, and it did not seem like this scanner was supported. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm happy to like have egg on my face, and we don't have to do any mods at all. We just get a free scanner that works. Like, that would be nice. I wouldn't say no to that. But anyway, we want to go to... Where did... PlusTek. Here we go. So I think just as an initial first step, like how much we got here? We got, okay, it's only like 50 megs, which is quite respectable size for a scanner driver. There's also this calibration application. Oh, okay, because I've not attached the scanner to it. That's fine. Preferences, devices, scanner. Here, you got the scanner now. Okay. This wizard will walk you through the steps to calibrate your scanner. You will need to calibrate the scanner in the following situations. Prior to the first use, after the scanner setup, if the colors appear in areas that should be white or colors in the scan areas, image and the original vary a lot. Okay. I did a test scan on a different computer and it seemed to be okay. Calibrate for reflective material scanning. The scanner calibration data for reflective materials are found in your system. You may opt to calibrate the scanner again to adjust and compensate for variations which occur in the optical component over time by its nature. I've got the lid off now, so let's not do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the scan button. Okay. Okay, and here is the back of the total distortion box. It is... Yep, it's auto-cropped it. It seems... Oh, it seems kind of low res, actually. I know the scanner can do better than that. Like, what do we do? We got, like... Yeah, okay, so this is 100%. But if we were to go into the configure scanner utility... Oh no, button configuration. Button configuration is how you say what DPI that you want the buttons to scan at, which is quite odd. Okay, and it's currently at 300 DPI. So if I were to go 600 DPI... And then close this. Hit the scan button again. Ooh, that's a lot slower, but understandable. I think that like the slowest speed you can set is like 1200 DPI. Let's see how 600, I mean, yeah, let's see how 600 looks. We should be able to make out, okay. That's better. You can start to make out the halftone printing dots. I do wonder, like, hang on. Is the back of the color reproduction on the music video adventure game seems a little it definitely seems off compared to like real life. Like this the top of the M is like a much more vibrant orange, like day glow orange. but it could also be that like maybe it's like I'm operating with the lid off, so maybe that's affecting it. I'm sure you could probably just color correct it using like saturation tool and that, but anyway, the important thing is it's scanning what is recognizably an image. We could do it again at 1200, but I'm satisfied. Okay, so step 1, we want to grab all of these delicious scanner innards, all of them, and move them out of Windows, move them so that we can somewhere that we can kind of probe. Ideally, I want to see if we can find any references to Genesis in here, so maybe like the chipset that is currently talking to, and then also we might be able to find like either a service manual or some kind of vendor doco about what goes on inside the chips, which might be helpful. Do we have a way out? Oh, I got to set that up here, don't I? I have set it up and it just doesn't. Well, that sucks. Alright, well, how do we... Okay, first problem. How do we get stuff out of the VM? If, the... Spice WebDAV. I think that's the name of the... I thought I installed Spice WebDAV. Yeah, noobers, come on, we're cool. We know what we're doing. Okay, alright, we'll just grab whatever the latest one of these is. Yeah, that'll do. Is this... Come on. Come on, guy. God damn, alright, it's already there. And we just don't see it. Alright, well in that case... Wait, why are you adding new features to Windows? Who gave you permission to add new features to Windows? Oh my god, Alright, getting stuff out of the VM. Getting stuff out of the VM. Do I have a... If it were my normal desk, I would have a USB drive. Back in a sec. We'll just use this this SD card reader as a bridge. I think it's meant. I think it'd be fat formatted. Oh no, there's a problem with the drive. Why is there a problem with the drive? Was I stupid? Like, what is it? What could it possibly be formatted with? Discs. Because it's got a. That's normally goes in my 3D printer, which that wouldn't be anything fancy. Yeah, it's fat. It's FAT32. You telling? No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that Windows doesn't know what FAT32 is. Come on, give me a break. Okay, we'll try again. Preferences, devices, mass storage. Oh. Why is it saying there was a problem with the drive? Like, you can read it. You can read it just fine. Oh, there is a problem with this emulator though. It is struggling. Okay, we eject. We'll just put you to one side for now. Oh wait, I gotta get rid of the device, don't I? Get out of here. Oh, okay. Just unplug and replug. Scanner? Anywhere? Scanner. Okay, here's all the meat from the scanner. Any mention of Genesis to start with? No, nothing to refer to Genesis. Why would there be? How about the letters GL8? Okay. Got ABC GL846. Okay, that looks like the model, the chip. So if we go sane backends, backend, and then we go into the Genesis backend. Okay, so we have, yep, oh yeah, that's right. Is there some firmware that has to be downloaded to the scanner? I believe that's like a common thing that's mentioned. Oh, and here's the actual, here is the Windows INI file that's for the driver, which looks like it's, I believe that's the PID that our scanner has. Let me LS USB. Oh right, we disconnected it with Vert, didn't we? Hang about. I'll just unplug this and replug it. Okay, no. The emulator seems to have kept a hold of it, which is unhelpful. No, I must insist. You gotta... Oh, okay. Oh, it's because I gotta hit the power button again. There we go. Okay, so now we've got PlusTek Inc. USB 2 scanner, and this is... So I've got a vendor ID of 07B3, and, yep, a product ID of 140B. Which is interesting. This is like PID 1411. Are there a few INIs in here? Oh yeah, okay. Okay. This is our scanner. 140B. Yes. Okay. Open with. Oh god, I really have to scan. I have to scroll down to NeoVim. That's fine. No, yeah. I want to open with Max Payne. That's gonna be my new text editor. Okay. Cool. So here is the actual driver information. Interesting. Okay, so okay, and it contains some hints about like the buttons, for instance. Like I know that the buttons is like one of the pieces of hardware that is programmable from the system on a chip. So if we were to like, I'll see if I can find GL846 Genesis datasheet. Here we go. GL846, high-speed USB 2.0 2-in-1 scanner controller with fast ADF. And yeah, like, as you can see here, this is a chip from 2012. Like, they've more or less, you know, it's a commodity part. A high-speed, high-performance, and rich scalability controller for scanner with fast ADF function. Successfully integrates scanner function, ASIC, and USB 2.0 interface controller into one single chip. With its high-performance design architecture, GL846 is not only ready for supporting CIS or CCD image sensors they use in sheet-fed, flatbed, or transparency scanners, but is able to co-work with unipolar or bipolar stepping motors. Advanced features of GL846 include 5 motor acceleration, deceleration, curve tables for high-speed motor moving. So yeah, it's like an all-in-one USB controller, microcontroller, stepper motor controller, and CCD reader. Running at a princely 12 megahertz. Oh, really? Okay. So it's a product overview. It's not actually a data sheet. I was kind of hoping for, like, I remember reading a data sheet somewhere. Is this a data sheet? Oh, okay, no, it boots you to all data sheet. Jake Electronics. Ah, here we go. USBdev.ru. This sounds very trustworthy. Assuming I can find a. Oh no, it's all like. I don't want to read like the. Just want the PDF, please. Ooh, it's in RAR format. I wonder if it's going to be password protected. That would be like a fun hurdle to jump over. Extract. Always extract. Replace. Oh, skip. Okay, so we'll get rid of this. Events, downloads, GR846 datasheet. There it is. Look at that. It's now 95 pages. That's more like it. Okay, so we've already read the description and the features. Okay, so this is all the pinouts. Hopefully we're not gonna have to like rely on that too much. Yeah, because they're all the... So, I believe the buttons are wired up to these general purpose I/O pins, which can then be picked up by the driver, or at least some of... I don't know, it's not entirely clear. There are a lot of GPIOs, holy shit. And yeah, we've got like some CCD transmit lines, LED power lines... yeah, loads. Okay. Oh, it even tells you what this is. So, okay, so a couple of them are like for EEPROM use. Others are for... Oh, okay, yep. Stuff specifically for the CCD sensors. What about buttons? It's not really mentioning anything about buttons. Maybe we're just gonna have to feel our way forward on that. Flash address bus, flash write enable. Yeah, okay. Good thing we don't have to disassemble the chip yet. We just have to figure out. Let's have a look at what the driver wants. So if we go to sane backends, backend, Genesis, and we look here at all of these. Actually, first of all, where is the one that defines... There's like a header, or what's it called, like a header which contains all the scanner models in it. Yeah, okay. So we'll just go through and add in our own enums. So here's the model ID one. We're going to add a brand new one here called PlusTek Optic Slim 1180. And I guess CCD PlusTek Optic Slim 1180. ADC ID. PlusTek Optic Slim 1180. PlusTek Optic Slim 1180. PlusTek Optic Slim 1180. Okay, so we've got all these ASIC types here. Pretty sure it's the GL846, judging by that string that we found in the driver. I mean, maybe if I squint. It's difficult to see inside this. You can kind of make it out, but not quite. So I'll probably just go with whichever one the driver has. I mean, we can compare the whatever traces come out of the driver to see what's going on. Okay, and then we got like various model flags, scanner flags. And then the motor mode. Okay. Forward and backward. Okay. No three-dimensional scanning possible yet with Sane. But that's probably for the best. Okay, and then where were... Tables model, let's see. Okay, that was the one I was thinking of. So this here, I think, defines all the various options that each scanner type has. Okay, Genesis has scan software, Genesis page loaded software. So if we look at like one of this, do we have any other PlusTek scanners which are based on the GL846? GL843, GL845, it's pretty close. GL843, GL845. GL845. Okay, so we've got this cannon, which is based on the GL846. I want to just... Okay, and like the hunch that we're going off is that we have this scan API.dll, which seems to be the actual Twain driver, which contains the string. We could very well load this into I mean, yeah, I guess we could load it into Gidra. Maybe Gidra would give us something. Actually, alternatively, what if we were to go into... Actually, okay, for starters, what GL846 scanners we got? We've got the Canon Image Formula 101, and that's it. But we do have... Yeah, that's right. And there was no... Oh, okay, there is Genie Scan. Yeah, okay, and there's all this, like, Gene Scan stuff, which I think is the brand name that was mentioned in the manual, wasn't it? Yeah, the Gene Scan series. Not only ready for supporting... Okay, great. Alright, well, let's assume. Let's assume for now that it is that. Okay, so let's V-split this. So we've got optic book here. I mean, like, looking at quite a lot of these, like, it seems like the offset, the offset is kind of fixed, except in this particular instance, the X size and the Y side are definitely going to be different. Because this is an A3 scanner. I wonder if that's actually mentioned here in the driver. So we've got Shift Y, we've got pixel dark, pixel gain, there's dimensions. Okay, maximum DPI is 1200, which is to be expected. Area find origin. Area origin 0 by 630. Oh, okay, we've got page size. Though, would that be in, what kind of units would page size be in? 2, 3, 4, it's like 6. And like okay, it's in 6 and the last 2 are repeated. Anything else in here? We've got, oh, we've got max paper length, which seems quite important. To tell the truth, I haven't really looked very much into Windows drivers, so I am a little bit in the dark as to kind of like why there are these series of numbers that are comma separated. Okay, reflection color. Speed. Scan buffer lines. Okay, well, we'll feel our way on this. So for starters, we've got so I'm guessing that these ones down here are just like A4 scanners, which would be, so A4 is 210 by 297. Oh my god, like what's the Yank standard again? Like it's called letter, right? Yeah, alright. For comparison, the letter paper size commonly used in North America is about 6mm wider and 18mm shorter. Okay, so 210 by 297 versus 260 by 279. So it's slightly better. It's slightly bigger by Y. I mean, what am I saying? I've got a tape measure. I could literally just tape measure it. Maybe that's the easy way. Okay. So we have 435mm long. And width. Is about 34. 340. $303 is what I'm going to call it. That seems to be kind of the rough dimensions that we got here, but I'm not sure. Hey, Mad Moose. Ah, okay, so we have at least one flatbed scanner here. The Visioneer Strobe, which has a X size of 435, which is curious. Ooh, okay, quite a few scanners seem to have that as an X size. Okay, and then there's like the offsets and various stuff to do with the calibration. Okay, do Sane have a guide? Sane adding a new scanner. You know what? Actually, that's a good point. I didn't even like check to see if it could identify the scanner. I don't think it will, but okay. So we've got Sane. Okay, it's not going to be able to find the scanner though, because we don't support it. I think, yeah. I don't think we support it, do we? Fine. No scanners detected. Okay, good. Sane. Find scanner. Oh, okay. Ooh, found possible USB scanner. Your USB scanner was probably detected. It may or may not be supported by Sane. Try scan image L and read the backend's man page. Okay, no, okay, I try to use my camera as a scanner. It's probably not ideal. Hey, speaking of my camera, what happened? Where did that disappear? Sorry, was not even looking at the stream. I don't even know where the hell I went. Okay, possibly when I was like reaching over for something. Okay, Scan image. Help. Start image acquisition on a scanner device and write image data to scanner output. Ooh, it's slow. Okay. And it's recognized the camera and not much else. Oh, when I went hunting for oh, okay. Whoops. Sorry. Well, we're back now. Start image acquisition on scanner device. Right. I think okay. Well, it's not supported, so we gotta fix that. What have we got? Troubleshooting. Sane scanner. How to. Okay. Let's look at the how to, assuming that the website for the how to is still up. Okay. USB scanners. Yep. We don't... Alright, so this guide is old. It is before... Oh no, if not using libUSB. We are using libUSB. USB scanner support you'll need... Yeah. Making and accessing the scanner devices. Okay, no, this is all just like... This is all simple Simon. We need more Action Jackson. Okay. Sane front-end troubleshooting, configuring Sane. Okay, maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Adding scanner support to Sane. Sharing your scanner, Samsung scanners. Sane in external backends. Anyway, whatever. We should just... Let's just push forward. So we're going to copy... Let's just copy this Canon one. Given that it is... using our beloved GL846, so presumably it's going to be close to what we want. Okay, so we're going to say that the model name is PlusTek Optic Slim 1180 plus PlusTek 1180. It's going to be use the GL846. Now we know that the model size is going to be different because we went and measured that. So we'll say the Y side is 435. And the X size is 303. No idea what the offsets are supposed to be. Like that'll... yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to set these calibration numbers to whatever one of these damn, alright, yeah. Oh, it'll be okay. It would. I feel like I'm losing my mind a bit because contributing. That's what I want. Okay, if your scanner is unsupported by this, please consider writing a backend. You don't need to be an experienced programmer. Backends are usually written in C. Yeah, we know this. Okay. Backend writing. Okay. You'll need some information about the protocol the scanner is using. Okay, sane backends use autoconf and automake. Great. Yeah, we know all this. Backends, tools. Sane Genesis docs. Okay, so there's a man page for it. Okay, to give correct image quality, sheet-fed scanners. Okay, we're not using a sheet-fed scanner. Need to be calibrated using the calibration sheet sold to the scanner. Did not come with one. To do calibration, you must insert this target into the feed and then start calibration by pushing the calibrate of the scan image. If no home directory thing. Extra scan options. Several software options. The contents of the Genesis.com file is a list of USB lines containing vendor and product IDs that correspond to scanners. The file can also contain option lines, empty lines, and lines starting with the hash are ignored. Power saving isn't implemented for GL646. Hardware lineup is limited to 600 DPI. Backend will be much slower if not using this. Okay. I'm just gonna double check that there's no Genesis specific. Okay, we've got this. Okay, so there are docks. Note, all you need to run your USB... Okay, from 2005 though. Yeah. In order to test and utilize your scanner with the Scanner Access Now Easy system, there are basically two programs you need to use from front ends or Sane. First the scanner. Okay, yeah. Buck you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Only the USB scanners mentioned below are currently supported. Excuse me. Okay, so we just have to add that in after we get an idea of what to do. But I don't get And this definitely has buttons. Genesis has... So it's got a scan switch. Genesis has an email switch. Has an OCR switch, a PDF switch. I'll just pick the first one for now. Search lines 100. We obviously got to put in our model USB identifier, which is gonna be this. Okay, and then, yep, it's not sheet fed. Don't know what sys is. Shift values are interesting. Is there anything here about... It's like, okay. So we've got like these add-ons, we've got the reflections, we have... Where is it going to be? Oh yeah, and we've got, so there is also this button ID mask. Okay, let's just... That's probably enough for that. Let's just set up our friend Auto Tools so that we can build it. Okay, so it's going to build all these backends. Okay, warning, Sane is already installed. The old installation is USL Sane. We now install USL local. It's recommended to uninstall the old Sane version before installing the new one to avoid problems. Please be sure to read the file problems in this directory before running any of the Sane applications. Avoiding damage on flatbed scanners. Most flatbed scanners have no protection against exceeding the physical scan area height. Oh no. That is, if a scan is attempted with a height that exceeds the height of the scan surface, the scanner begins making loud noises and the scan mechanism may be damaged. If you hear such a noise, immediately turn off the scanner. Normally the backend will ensure that the maximum scan height is not exceeded. However, if your scanner model has not been tested, this safety guard may not work. SaneD does not provide confidentiality when communicating with clients. If the SaneD is directly on the network, other users may be able to intercept scanned images. SaneD is not a trusted program. It should not be run with root privileges. Okay. Good to know. Am I good to know? I mean, kind of scary. Alright, let's... What if we were to... capture a... Let's just do a capture in here. In fact, let's do some... Let's try something easy first. Like, even before we, like, look at the damn scanner, like... Can we establish how, these buttons work? So if I were to hit, like, the has, scan switch... Actually, better yet, if I make, or if I, like, bear make... Hey, bear, make, clean, bear, make. So I'm running this through bear because that generates the little kind of helper JSON that the Clang tooling uses to give stuff like auto completion. Okay, so we're downloading all this stuff. We're copying it all here. Oh, now we're up to the Genesis, the Genesis building stuff. So for reference, if I were to open up GL846.cpp, set all registers to default values. This function is called only once at the beginning and fills register startup values for registers you reused across scans. Those that are rarely modified or not modified are written individually. So I suppose we'll have to do a capture and see if we can identify these values being set. Okay, so these are all the registers that are on the system on a chip. So register values of analog device type front end. GL846 init motor regis scan. Okay, optical registers scan. So it's just setting a bunch of registers. And it seems to be, with two big exceptions, very similar across devices, which is somewhat reassuring. Okay, there's like load document, detect document, eject. I mean, we don't, we've got a flatbed scanner. We don't have a sheet fed one, so don't care. Right, okay, and that's all built. Can I now look up cross references? Yes, I can. So what I want to do is I want to go back into here. And specifically look up for some of these other PlusTek scanners. Like the sensor ID dealio that they've got going on. I mean... Oh, okay, that's a HP scan job. PlusTek. Okay, they're just used to as nice to know abouts. So like this is literally referred to nowhere else. Oh. Okay. There's like an enum table. Oh, great. Okay, we just gotta add more. We gotta add more stuff. That's fine. I'm not above doing that. Okay. Oh, that's embarrassing. I forgot that, like, S comes after P, doesn't it? So really, I should be rearranging that. Okay, we're good. And then... Right, okay, that's all of those. It would appear that they're not really... I guess they're not really referenced that often. Okay, so we have some... Oh, okay. So like we have like the GPO table, which is specifically about... Okay, we've got like... So we gotta get these numbers from somewhere. But where are we gonna get these numbers from? The motor tables are kind of important. Fix me, this motor profile is almost useless. Great. What about it makes it useless? Help us out. Yeah, alright. Okay, and then we got like the optic film with like these GPIO configurations. All right. I'm starting to struggle, so we're going to do some test captures. Preferences. PlusTek scanner. I said PlusTek scanner. Okay. Okay, then we open up the background and then do... You know what? Remind me later. Remind me later about what I agreed to. I'm gonna do... a capture. Gonna hit the scan button. Okay, and then that's kicked off. And cancel. Just so that we don't have too much to go on. Okay. Stop capturing packets. Okay, so this would have been the point where oh hey Retrosquarity. Retrosquarity says, I don't know if I watch your streams, but I love them. I can't refrain from imagining you're a sort of archivist for an ethereal world who is given the task to work eternally for games and retro tech preservation. That's cool. I can think of worse ways to go. Unfortunately, this isn't really retro tech, so sorry to disappoint. This is very much a scanner I bought the other day, and for some reason I deluded myself into thinking this would be easy to easy to port. And if it's not, then I've got all you lot to keep me company. Hey that Uber kid. How's it going? We're deep in USB packet inspection. That's just okay, interrupt. Alright, so this interrupt here is probably going to be me pushing the button because it's come straight from the device to the host. What have we got here? We've got... Okay, so it comes in from an endpoint... From endpoint number 3. And it's interrupt number 1. And it's just the number 4. And we respond... Okay, we responded with nothing. But then, at that point, I think the driver just starts kicking off. That Uber kid, we're in the middle of trying to make this scanner down here work under Linux, which should be possible. Like there is this is, I don't know, we've had a look at the data sheet. So this is, the scanner has at its core this Genesis GL846 2-in-1 scanner controller, which just deals with all the communications and the USB and the stepper motors and that. And there is a driver for that chip here, Insane, which is the Linux scanner thing. But you know, every scanner is a special and unique summer child that needs special fixing. Oh yeah, that Overkid says, technically retro tech is obscure tech, but not all obscure tech is retro tech. There's certainly an intersection of the Venn diagram there. I don't know. I don't even know how you define retro tech. I would just say any piece of technology which you have to get, like a book that costs. Yeah, if you have to read a book in order to understand a piece of tech, that's probably enough. Like, I'm thinking though, you know, old computers generally, yeah. I mean, there are some modern guides now for programming like old computers, but if you want the proper experience, you have to either like delve into the old manuals. Like on my Tuesday stream, I've been doing I've been porting a Mac game, and so that has involved like diving into stuff like this, which is like the printed book that Apple released explaining how QuickDraw works and stuff like that. That Uberkid said scanner is in a Xerox machine type scanner. Sort of, yeah. It's a flatbed scanner, so not a multifunction copier or anything like that, but just a flatbed scanner. Which, yeah, it's like, that's kind of, and like the thing with like Linux hardware, right, is that you're kind of, I mean, usually the barrier for supporting a piece of hardware isn't very high. Or rather, like, it's not an impossible task. It's usually just, because like it's all based on like commodity parts, and it's usually just tweaking a few things in an existing driver to get what you want. But the number of the barriers are high in the sense that like very, I don't know, like it's like very few people are able to do it just because there's like a weird high priest type exclusivity around this kind of thing. Like, it's the few people who like want to, I don't know, it's made difficult to, you know, what's it called? Some people are dicks about it. Others are just kind of like, I can only support the hardware that I have in front of me, and writing documentation is hard, so therefore, you know, if someone really wanted this done, they would kind of get out a machete and a pointed stick and figure out how to get it doing, which is sort of what I'm doing now. I'm just wielding a machete and a pointed stick to try and figure out like what needs to be changed here in the scanner driver to make this thing work. And if I get it wrong, well, by the sounds of it, you can burn out the motor, or at least like make a really unpleasant noise. So that's something to look forward to, maybe. Okay, this, I actually want to quickly check registers. I think this has like a big list of all the register descriptions. Yeah, okay, so kind of like okay, yeah, I guess it's kind of like, I don't know, the OPL2 chip, or like the AdLib card. You can set individual registers, and then that configures how the device works. And presumably this this scanner driver here will set a bunch of those registers. Ubikit says, oh, so is this like IDA Pro? What we're looking at now is Wireshark, which is doing a capture of a USB packet. I do have IDA, and we might fall back on that if we can't understand what's going on, but I'm hoping that the protocol over the USB port, or, you know, USB communication is basically like TCP, or, you know, it's any kind of, you know, just you send packets, and there's like a few hints as to like, you know, like that you can have like different endpoints on the same device, which count as like different sockets or what have you, but and then the data, you know, it's just a case of looking into like what the data bit of the packet is. So here so we just did a capture then of me scanning a bit of the box and then hitting cancel. And just as like a warm-up, I wanted to figure out like how the buttons on the front of the scanner are dealt with. And we can see here in the log that we've got like this interrupt in, and that's a case where like the USB device like sends a signal to the host without, you know, just independent of the host doing anything. So my guess is this is going to be our button signal. Oh, UberKid says, been thinking of getting into cybersecurity, so I've been researching it. Yeah, it's... Honestly, I mean... I do a bit of that kind of stuff in my day job, but really, IDA has been more useful for finding... Or even just Ghidra. Ghidra is really good now. Like, the only time I ever fall back on IDA Pro now is when there's an obscure architecture that isn't really supported well in Ghidra, or which includes DOS, like 16-bit DOS applications. Ghidra still doesn't quite handle segments well, so I do rely on using that for DOS and everything. But Ghidra's quite nice. Like, you get C-like decompilation out of the box, which is in many respects indistinguishable from Magic. So whereas with IDA, like, you got to pay like a ton of money for that. Mambo says, I can't navigate around a binary in Ghidra at any speed compared to IDA. As in, like, you're too used to the IDA's idiosyncrasies, and... Or is it just down to Ghidra's missing a feature that you desperately need? Both are valid. Okay, sorry, I've been distracted. Okay, so we've got endpoint number 3. While we're here, device manager. Tell me about device manager. Like, what? Why does this think there's a smart card reader? That's kind of odd. Okay, so we've got flatbed scanner 8106. Device description, device instance path, hardware ID. Okay, so this is just all stuff that's in the INI, I think. It's interesting stuff that's in the driver, but... Okay, so not quite as much. Yeah. So there's ksthunk.sys and usbscan.sys. Driver provider product. Don't know if I should be worried about that. Anyway, that's not telling me the thing that I wanted to know, which was what are the endpoints? Oh, cool. It disconnected. Okay, that saves me a job. Okay, LS USB. Oh no, it turned off because of the power. It's got power saving, this thing. Okay, good. LS USB, VVV. V. Oh, and then it's device. Oh, S, sorry. Oh, wait, no, I know what I was doing. You meant to do VS18. There we go. Okay, so it is a scanner. It has three endpoints. 2 bulk data transfer and 1 interrupt. So yeah, and it was the interrupt endpoint which was being used for yeah, it's been used for the buttons. That Uber says, fight any kangaroos lately? I got no beef with kangaroos. They're generally pretty chill. Actually, yeah, last time I went on holiday, they just kind of came up to your door and you could feed them like nuts and seeds. That was kind of nice. Right. So it sent us the number 4 via the interrupt. And then if we like scroll down, I think like these 110 messages are just kind of like boring control messages to the hub, which we don't care about. What we do care about is using any of the bulk transfer endpoints, which I think comes a little later. Yeah, okay, so these are all like bulk messages. We care about those. Those are kind of important. Interesting. Okay, so so it sends a message over the bulk transfer interface, and then it gets right, okay, like a ton of these must be like image packets. Because they're all quite big. Oh, UberKid says, you are technically reverse engineering the firmware on your scanner to modify it to work under Linux. Sorry, I'm a programming nerd. No, it's alright. What I'm trying to do, right, is I'm trying to figure out the what's called. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with the USB protocol used by this scanner, so I can graft support onto the existing Linux scanner stack for this particular Genesis-based scanner. But part of it is that like there's very little documentation about just how to add scanner support, so I am just kind of picking and feeling my way about like what the scanner is doing and how it is meant to be represented here in the driver. So like, and yeah, like to begin with, I was just going, all right, how does this, what's it called? How is the driver do support for pushing the buttons on the front of the scanner? And so we know that that's going to be using this interrupt interface. So how does that then translate into the scanner driver? So backend Genesis. So if I were to like pick one of these other scanner drivers, Initialize back in an ASIC, registers motor tables and Gantt tables, and ensure thing. Right. Interesting. Okay, so here it's actually just polling a register to see whether or not the button has been pushed down. UberKid says Linux doesn't automatically recognize the protocol, you have to add it. No. So for some USB devices, some USB devices have a standard, like mass storage, for instance, is like a very popular USB standard. Same with USB audio. That pretty much means that there is like a common standardized way of talking to a device, or rather, like requesting, basically like activating hardware, getting stuff from the hardware, programming the hardware, the USB audio standard is like a good example where there is a standard for it, but you still need to have like a layer of jelly on top, which deals with idiosyncrasies for the hardware. So I'm currently talking to you through a Focusrite Scarlett box. That is an example of, it's got like 18 inputs and 8 outputs. So you need to have some additional, I guess, scaffolding on top of that, which, just little things like, even if they're just like little hints to say, actually, no, this isn't an 18 channel, or like this is an 8-channel output surround sound system. This is a, it is a professional audio monitoring device. Actually, what you have is like 4 pairs of stereo outputs rather than like surround sound. So yeah, I mean, there are idiosyncrasies there. Scanning, on the other hand, that's all proprietary. However, some people have already done the hard part of the reverse engineering work for this particular chipset. It's just a case of figuring out what needs to change for this particular scanner. So all of the registers and such are going to be the same for this type of Genesis system on a chip. However, physically, like, it's longer. Like, this is an A3 scanner, whereas like most of the other ones in this are like for A4, and the buttons are going to be wired up to different GPIOs, so you have to kind of like put in a hint for that and stuff like that. So I don't know. So to cut a long story short, sometimes it's like you just got to kind of tweak little things based on like what the vendor has done. Other times it's just a completely proprietary device, and you got to start from scratch. Luckily, it's not that the latter. If it was the latter, I would be like proper wrecked. But yeah, so the good news is that like we have like a lot of code here, which is basically what we need. Bad news is I haven't really encountered this ever before, so I am learning as I go how this stuff works. So there is interesting. Okay, so we have like this ASIC boot command here. And I believe that, okay, and that's like initializing the registers that get sent to the scanner when you push the power button, which is kind of important. So that actually makes me wonder if we were to do like another capture from here, and we were to like just push the power button. Or actually, no, if we were to, let's try this again. We're going to create a new capture. Continue without saving. Actually, I'll save it as like bad scan. I'm going to turn the scanner off. Then I'm going to turn it on. And then we are going to just plug it in to the emulator. So, alright, already we've got like some control traffic. Including some like some biggish packets. So I think if we hit stop. Okay, so we've got CO40, 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 CO40. Ooh, interesting. Okay, that one returned like a bunch of response data. I mean, if we look at the data sheet, will the data sheet mention anything about the protocol? Okay, system block diagram, functional description, vertical resolution. The acceleration and deceleration tables are stored in internal SRAM and can be downloaded by software. That's interesting. Selection of table 1, table 2, table 3 in scanning mode. Okay, what I'm after is like some information about... I mean, we've got like registers, we've got a block diagram, electrical characteristics. I was kind of hoping that it would maybe give us a bit of information about how the USB protocol works. UberKid says, you know Tempelos. I do know Tempelos. Guy behind that passed away, didn't he? Three-line in, fast scan for low resolutions, image sensor timing, threshold setting, SD-RAM timing, watchdog protection, lamp timeout control. Designers can separately assign input or output detection for each GPIO pin of this. Some GPIO can be assigned for keypads, document center of sheet feed, motor power control. Okay, and then there are a couple which are for turning the lamp on and the motors on, which is interesting. Dang, alright. So part of the reason why I'm doing this is I am trying to kind of like improve my knowledge of USB and fixing with USB driver devices. Interesting. Okay, so we have various. So we've got UV control out, and then UV control. Okay, is this literally just kind of fetching registers? Okay. Device to host, type vendor. And then we send like one. Tell me more about USB control. Because yeah, we've got bulk transfer and then we've got okay, URBs represent USB requests or responses and contain information about direction, the type of request, control, interrupt, bulk, or asynchronous transfer, and the data. So control transfers are primarily used to send commands or configuration data to the device. They're essential for device setup and maintenance, especially when a device is first connected. So we're looking in the right spot. I see. Okay, so this must be like okay. So USB control out must be sending this fragment to over the wire, whereas in is requesting this value over the wire, which then returns this amount of information. Oh, UberKid said, yeah, the guy was schizophrenic, homeless, and suicidal, but a brilliant engineer. Rest in peace. Yeah, I've read a few I want to say overviews of the Temple Loss guy and his project, and yeah, all I can say is yeah, it's it's really damning on, I want to say, the American healthcare system more than anything, that yeah, that just people can't get help. There's just no safety net. Not that I mean, I want to say Australia's better, but we got a terrible safety net over here as well. A lot that could be improved about it. Freaking hell. Oh wait, no, there's a function? I wasn't even paying attention to that. Okay. So this is control transfer, and then vendor device, control transfer, vendor device, control transfer. Okay, fine. So I guess they're all just vendor device commands. But I wonder then, are those just the registers then? So if we were to go like URB control in and it's requesting like 8E, Yeah, it seems to be requesting 8E a lot. CO and 8E. How does that correspond? Like, are there any... Value get register. Okay, that's important. That seems important. Right, so we have... Yeah, and the value is this, and then the index is 20, which I think would be the register ID. Okay, so we got our toehold. We're learning. So value get register. Oh. Initialize back in an ASIC, registers motor tables and gamma tables, and ensure the scanner head is at home. Designed for GLA46 ASICs. Detects cold boot. First boot since plug. In this case, an existence setup is done at hardware level. Alright, well maybe what we need to do here... Oh god, we need to move another file. Maybe what we need to do is get some Python tooling together so that we can just... Because, I mean, Wireshark is nice and all, but it's a little unwieldy. A little unwieldy to see the things that we want to see. Like, ideally, we want to be able to see this setup data, like, nice and... Oh, crap. Alright. In the right order. Can we... No, okay, we can't really edit the column to add what we want. Also, mea culpa, I'm not a Wireshark expert. I'm also just learning as I go. Okay, but if we were to inspect some of these, the index should be changing, right? Oh no, the index is pretty much the same. Okay, if we were to like just view all of the in packets. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah, alright, because okay, that one was 16. Alright, but they're all 8E, which I'm pretty sure is the get register command. So which register is it trying to fetch according to our datasheet? That seems like it would be quite relevant. So the registers, here's our big table of registers from the datasheet. It is trying to fetch index 20, which according to this is buff cell. To set buffer condition. When buffer is full, scanner will stop and wait for host to read out image data from SDRAM. Okay. Following are the units of this register under various SDRAM size. Ooh, alright. And there's there are these default values, which are included in the manual, which is interesting. Okay, so we have like 8E, which is quite common for all of these input ones. In fact, oh no, that one's got 180. Ah, okay, and because there are two. Yeah, I see. So if we look here at our chart, there are 512, I think, registers, or at least it kind of goes into 2 pages. Huh. It only lists 1 page of registers, but it... Oh, the address is greater than FF. Okay, so we've got this like read register command. And yeah, it's GL846, so that makes sense. Okay. Alright. Let's do a little tangent. PCAP Python. Is there a library that allows you to carve up PCAP? No, I don't want the Python Institute. I want PCAP file Python. Generating and reading. Like, PCAPs are so... Oh, PCAP NG. Alright, fine. Python PCAP NG. To pass the PCAP NG format used by a newer version of dumpcap and similar tools such as Wireshark. Let's try that, shall we? Okay, and then... Alright, now we're back to this accursed issue where I can't mount any... Or I can't access the shared from inside the, say, scanner plugin. But what I can do is I can attach this mass storage device. Copy these 3 files to it. Okay, open. Actually, tell me more about the... Alright, okay, so open run media Scott what did I call it? I called it Scanner plugin, that's it. Okay. Okay. So what do we got? We got a header, got an interface description, and then we got some packets. But what we don't have is what we don't have is the nice USB protocol translation that Wireshark gives you. But I think we can make some assumptions. Because really, like, all I want is, like, I want this, and I would like this. So just kind of, like, nice, cheap and nasty records of, what is being sent and received. Okay. Even if there was like a, maybe is there a way of like exporting this as like it was like, even if it was like something as like basic bitch as exporting it to JSON, like that would be easy to carve up with in Python. Wireshark export JSON. A variety of options for exporting package data. Okay. So into the save dialog box. Export packet dissections. Some controls are unavailable for some formats, notably CSV and JSON. Okay, well, I might actually help myself to that then. Let me just open up a gratuitous second copy of Wireshark and open up just copy these to our little project here. So I'll just take all of this. Except 121. Okay. Okay, so that's all the traffic. Export packet dissections as JSON. There we go. That's what we're after. At least I think it's what we're after. Yeah, okay. Yep. Kraken. Okay. So I think what we need to do is we need to get the pairs. Because like each of these is like okay, so it's the IRP ID which is used to denote which packet I think it is. Yeah, and then that changes over time. Okay, so we can... So all we want to get is like this little blob here and whatever gets shipped back, if anything. Oh, and the oh yeah, and the direction. But I think we can do that. I think we can do that quite easily. So Python. Okay, we've got 190 packets. I'm just going to pick one of them. We need... Okay, and then there's like the request type direction. I guess setup data? Yeah, setup data is the thing we care about the most. But we do want to group them by this IRP ID. crap. No, there's more layers. Keys. Layers. USB. Oh, no worries, that Uber kid. Have a good evening / morning / whatever time of day happens to be. Okay, so we need to grab this. Yeah, okay, so we just want like the setup data. Or the control response data. What's an example of what, like a packet which contains response data? Here we go. We've got setup data. USB control response. Okay, so we'll do this. Alright, there's an even cheaper, nastier way of doing it. So we go if setup data in layers, append layers, setup data, elif USB control response in layers. And is that a... That's just a value, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so then we do... Okay, so that's a lot of junk, and then comms. Okay. Okay, so I think we can see what's going on now. Ah, and so, okay, and some of them are like all part of the same chain, and others seem like some of them are just by themselves. What's the deal with that? Did I pick the wrong... I must have picked the wrong value for... Yeah, okay, no, I it's not IRP ID, it's something else. Okay, how does it... Oh, is it because it's in the frame header? It's probably in the frame header. Interface ID... No, it's got to be in here. Ah, request in 202. Okay. And then this has got the frame number. Okay, let's rework our crap thing to do that instead. So we'll get... layers, get frame. I guess it's just frame.number. Okay, and then we just want response in, I suppose. Okay. If USB oops, yeah, already done that. Oh, and it's prefixed with USB, isn't it? Oh, please. Okay, let's see if that's any better. Comms. Okay, that's cleaner looking. Yeah, and then, okay, the ones that have... I don't know, there's like a mixture of mixture of them which have no response, which is wild. Okay, yeah, and then we've got this. Ah, this looks like... Okay. This looks good. This looks like it's a bunch of registers being set. Like we can see here, it's going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc., etc. Like maybe this is like a bulk register setting operation. In which case, we should be able to chop this all up and see what exactly it is that it's being dumped over there. I mean, if we were just to kind of examine by eye and maybe compare it to, I think we've got a similar table in the scanner driver somewhere. There's probably a nicer way of doing this in bulk, but I don't mind just mindlessly clicking and entering sometimes. Just want to check that I didn't delete anything. Probably could do like some kind of regex search in a place, but you know what? Life's too short. Just click and enter many, many times. Okay, so we have most of the registers up until about 3F. Then it's a bit more scattershot. Oh, and then 3B and 3A are crammed on at the end. Oh, but they're not declared before, so that's probably fair game. Okay, register table. Where would the register table be? If I were a register table in an open source scanner driver put together by thousands of volunteers. Well, not thousands, but you know what I mean. Maybe I'd be in this file called GLA46 registers. How about that? Oh, okay, so these are like all of the bits, I suppose, for each of these. Interesting. Okay, so if we were to take this as red, then it would be register 1 sys set with register 1 DVD set. What is DVD set? Oh, disable shading function. Include whole line shading and area shading. Interesting, okay, so the register 278. So reading this, it would be... Okay, so not home is not set, so in order to go home function, carriage will not stop until touching the home sensor. Enabled carriage backtracking when image buffer is full. Oh, sorry. It would be... Yeah. Disable carriage backtracking when image buffer is full. Enable auto go home function. And turn on motor power and phase. And then the other one would just be move the scanning window by 2 acceleration deceleration tables. Okay, good. All right. Are these? Tell me where these are used then. Ah, I see. Okay, so we have... How odd. So there's definitely some departures, assuming that this is correct. I mean, this was just me guessing from like looking at a big list of registers. We should probably try and find the control packets and make sure. Yeah, so it's sending 64 bytes. It's over the yeah, okay, so it's over the control line. It's using value 83. Whereas for some of these other ones, it's using 8B or 8C, which seems to be like an individual register. Alright, how about some of these other, like, further down the line ones? So we got C0, 0, 0, 0. Alright, C is 0. We don't have a value for D. 11 is 0, 12 is 0, 13 is 48. Okay, well, what about... So that's... So these are the packets which set all of the things in bulk. So if I were to do, so if we were to put like a fetch. So we've got one request here, which is like to fetch 20, which according to this, is set to OC. Ah, but it's not, it's set to 55. Where's our... Where did our trace go? Okay. That's a okay. That's a different. That's a different value. Oh no, it's 83 seems to be like the bulk setting one, and then this just seems to be fetching. Actually, I don't even know if it's like requesting a register. SD RAM refresh time. Okay. We must be barking up the wrong tree then, because like SD RAM refresh time is something too important to not. Like what? Like setting it to 0 doesn't seem right. RFH set. Refresh time of SD-RAM, the unit is 2 microseconds. Why? Why all these registers? You know what? I might start another scan job. Let's see if I can take a little photo inside of the chip. I doubt it'll work, but it's worth a try. Because I mean the driver said it was a GL846, but I don't have my doubts, but I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we're spending a bunch of time. We don't really have ironclad proof. So I just gotta wait for the head to sputter out of the way. head. Gonna do a scan. Gonna do a cheeky scan. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, crap. No, you stupid dingus, I need to do a flash. Oh my god. Well, that didn't help. Hang on. Yep, there's a chip at the back there, and it is shrouded in darkness, and because I don't know how to use this stupid phone. Okay. Flash. Oh no, I want it on. We always be flashing. Do another scan. This time just scan the ceiling. Oh, so close. Oh my god. It's there, but it's very blurry. I'm gonna have to do another one. Okay. Huh. That's a surprise. Well, we got a part number. It's GL126. So we may in fact, like, I'm not sure if that's just kind of like a rebadged GL826, but it's concerning. Genesis GL126. Oh, I was thinking the GL826 seemed kind of old. Okay, this may be more problematic. Supports 32 GB. Okay, yep. Support. This might be... Okay, this is the product overview again. But I need the one at the I need the one at the registers. Here we go. Okay. This seems more promising. Can I... Oh wait, no. What? Is there no PDF? Okay. Scanner controller. GL126. Okay, so the 8L whatever must be out of production. PDF. Out of curiosity, then. Ah, okay, so there's a... So there is this slightly newer driver for the GL124. Dang, alright. No, I do not want the product overview. The product overview does not help me. Datasheet registers. No, I want the... Okay. I mean, usbdev.root came up with the goods last time. So... Maybe we'll get lucky. Just GL126 registers. That's all I want. Okay. GL124 datasheet. Documentation. Oh my god. Genesis document. Okay, great. It's going to be a different company, isn't it? It's not going to be the one that I want. But I can pretend. GL126. Yeah, of course it is. Really? They just don't do data sheets for their products? It's insane. Why would... Press center products. About Genesis. Contact us. Alright. Actually, what if we were to look up GL126 by chip? Because, like... GL126 by Genesis. Because this is a stock part, right? You should be able to buy... by bits and pieces. Product is currently unavailable. Okay, don't want to hear that. GL126. We are pleased to announce that part number GL126 is now available and are ready to ship inventory. Okay, no, this is just a nonsense site. Oh my god, how is it this difficult to buy components? Okay. Just tell me everything there is about this. Okay, there's a Russian site which appears to have it in its catalog. Do they have a data sheet? No, it just kicks you to the Genesis page. It just kicks you here. Oh man. This may be a dead end. We may have just spent a bunch of time snookering ourselves. Wait. Script-D. Would Script-D have... If we search Script-D for GL126. GL126. Genesis. Well, that sucks. That really sucks. So then, like, if so then how did that how did the other person like, did they just assume that the registers were the same? Okay, so that's like the initial GPIO settings. Versus 31 to 38. Those that are rarely modified are modified individually. Oops. Yeah, okay. So GL126 is indeed mentioned in there. So bugger. Alright, well, given that we don't really have a data sheet, we you know, as this kind of like a last kind of let's see how this goes type thing, I think let's try opening scan API.dll in Ghidra. Let's see at least like if we can trace where like the GL126 stuff is going. Import file. Scanner. I don't have high hopes, but yeah, gonna level with you, lack of a data sheet has got me worried. I may need to do more research before trying this project. Reversing scanner. What was that doing? Scanner, PlusTek Optic Slim. Scan API.dll. Okay. Alright, that seems to decompiled most of it. Actually, okay, so all this stuff down here is just, yeah, okay, so it's like Visual Studio functions. Cool, so this driver is written in C++, it would appear. I want to search for GL126. Interesting. Okay, so there's a few spots. There's a freaking names. Okay, was this compiled with like full? Huh. All right. So this was compiled with like full debug symbols. That's, or at least kind of like function names. That's pretty banging. TI object indicator registers. So update field with okay, so it's not fully disassembled. It's somewhat, oh sorry, it's not fully annotated. It's somewhat annotated. Ooh, all right. Search for memory, which contains the string GL126. Ah, okay. So there is a... So someone has like... Yeah, okay. So there is an embedded path containing the actual PDB. The debug file that they used when they were building this. Interestingly, it contains the full path of the SDK. I'm tempted to look on GitHub to see if anyone's leaked it. Even though that's technically not in the rules. but it also beats having to figure it out. You can sack off. So what was the path again? It was GL126. Actually, let's search for GL126. Okay. No repositories with GL126 in the name. How about GL126 2BX 7KX? 2BX 7KX. Seven and X. Okay. No response. What if I just remove the X's? Oh, no one's leaked this. That's unfortunate. Even if I put quotation marks around it. Even if I... Most likely refers to a blue garbage bag. Got it in one. Got it in one fucking LLM. Classes. C. Right, okay, so there are classes here for like CGL125, CGL126, CGL128, and CGL846, which was the which may have been the one that I was desperately hoping that we had. So what methods have we actually got in here? We've got descriptor, class hierarchy, complete object, locator, type descriptor. Okay, and then like various functions inside the code base. Which seem to be shipping stuff over the... Okay, fair enough so. Interesting that there only seems to be maybe 4 functions all up. But, also, oh, another thing we could search for is that particular string of like setup bytes that was being sent in here. Like, is that referenced anywhere? So is it 01A002? 01, oh no, hex. 01A002. 01A002. 78. No matches found. Alright, what if I were to search everything in here? You gotta be getting this from somewhere. May as well be here. Apparently not. How about just AO78? A few places. Okay, what about AO781002? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, alright. We're grasping now. Bollocks. Alright. It's been about 3 hours, so... I'm going to take a break. When we get back... I'm probably going to do something else, because this is being less forgiving than I was expecting. Honestly, I was kind of just coasting along at the idea that... because someone on the sane mailing list said we should be able to retrofit one of the other ones pretty well, but having no data sheet makes me nervous, so I'm probably not gonna do, yeah. I'm gonna have to like do some reading off stream. It's irritating because I don't want to have to load a Windows VM every time I want to scan stuff, but maybe, yeah. Oh well, that's life sometimes. All right, be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Mushroom soup. Scanning his dishes, we see at least 3 right there under.
In town, that hotel is an hour away.
My driver doesn't mind.
figured out one mystery. I figured out where the data that's being sent over the wire that we were looking at, the initialization data, it appears to be defined here in this I guess like these registry files. I'm trying to wonder if I open up the registry. So actually, yeah, these are registry INI files, not driver INI files. How curious. Software PlusTek. HQ local machine software. Okay, no, maybe it is a driver one. I don't know why it has a registry key in there, but search. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't know why. There's nothing in here. Current user, system, software. Because it should be in the HQ local machine. Oh well. Anyway, this big string here, or these values here, they match up with the dump that we did. Unfortunately, it's not labeled, so that would have kind of been useful to see, but yeah. So we just kind of place one next to the other. We can see that there's yeah, okay, so we've got this long string of numbers, which goes all the way up to BE, I think. Yeah, okay, which is BE. Then after that is AO. Yeah, so like the end of this doesn't quite make as much sense. Like we've got 3A, O2, and 3BFF. But then the hell are these? And then after that we have like another series of hex digits. And it definitely matches the first one. Yeah, and then so this 83, was that the same one that was used here? Yeah, okay, so 83 was also used here. And that was for setting 5.1, 5D, 5E. Right, okay, so then we've got because these numbers which kind of match up with that. Okay, no idea what AFE though is. It's just like, yeah, it's... like, all this is maddeningly kind of all over the place. Ooh, okay, but these are calling... Any of these? 1, 2, 8, 3, 4. Oh yeah, and I looked into the driver because I was wondering, like, oh crap, maybe the driver is actually responsible for like all of these hard-coded like setup steps. It would appear that the driver is just a generic Microsoft one, which is then interfaced by scanapi.dll or similar. So maybe if we were to do like some searching around for like AFE read or AFE write reg, that's something we found. Okay, so it shows up in, it goes up in the INI and it shows up in scanapi.dll. So we're gonna cut over to freaking Gidra. And then we're going to search for that particular piece of programming text. Search text. Okay, didn't find anything. How about if I search for by memory? Cool, found a string. AFE write reg. Any... Okay, with no cross references, so cool. Okay, so memory. AFE write reg. Alright, and then how about if we were to search memory for whatever this 508117. No matches found. I mean, how? Okay, then how is this being referenced? Why is this here? What is the point? Oh, Mr. W1 asks, forgive a off-topic just question before you restart. Will you be returning to director on Thursdays in the future? Probably. Yeah, I've just been taking a break. That's really all there is to it. Yeah, just taking a break. And at this particular instance, I had this project that I was sitting to one side, and I want to at least start it tonight. I don't know if I'll continue it on stream or if I'll have to like do a bunch of research off stream. Interesting. Okay, so this has got a cross-reference. Tell me the cross-references in here. Okay. You're gonna jump to here? Alright, so there's code. Code which references the string. Oh, and it does use the Windows registry. Or it uses at least the registry hive functions. I don't know much about Windows driver development. Maybe it uses the the registry API for getting that, but that's kind of wild. Okay. Well, we've got a new we have a new assistance thing now. Now we should be able to. So key, then parameter 2 is the name. Okay, so we have functions here which fetch various things. ADF, okay. Motor, lock curve bus, fast curve, ADF curve bus, a fast curve bus. E 180. Oh yeah, it's also weird that oh no, index is always okay. I wish I understood the significance of some of these numbers. Weird. Alright, so... I just noticed these include statements here, which is kind of, I guess, a wild way of injecting additional stuff in. But it's like, what have they... Yeah, why have they... This is meant to be a simple key value store, and they've kind of turned it into a weird programming, I don't know, value. Like, look at this. Like, they've got this kind of syntax where you can like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. This is 1. This is 1. Like, a lot of these do kind of, like, superficially line up with the things that are being talked about in here. Okay. Alright, I'll put this. I'll promise I'll put this down after I've satisfied my curiosity on this. Oh wait, no, that's the yeah. Okay, that's the full dump, not the this nice compact one. Okay, so we have confirmation that this is okay. So it's index 0 is all this. Then underneath. Okay, that's all the way up to BE. I'm not, yeah, I don't get the... Oh, here we go. Okay, there's 183, which is like the second bank of registers. And then there's like 1480 and then 1580. So I guess maybe the driver is like doing the, you know, shuffling them around as required. Which would then mean that that makes... I guess that then lines up a bit with... Yeah, so there's like apply reg settings to device write only. was the... Okay, well... 8.3. That's right. Yeah, you had value set register. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, I guess then this must be like all of the initial settings. At least all of these 8.3 commands. Okay. Okay, and then we come in with things like this, which I don't see here in the initial setup. Like potentially that could be like when we looked at these registers. B is marked here as 8.4. So 60 megahertz and 256 meg of RAM. There was another chip on the board, which is presumably the RAM. So I'm gonna look at the photo and see if I can grab anything. Okay, it's got a part number. Let me look it up. M12L2561616A. Okay, looking. Oops. 2561616A. Thank God, it's a data sheet. It's like they want people to use their products. It's wild. So we've got 4 million times 16-bit times 4 banks. I think it's 6T. Okay. It's 4 by 4194304 words by 16 bits. I mean, okay, is 200? Yeah, it's 256 megabytes of RAM. So that's good news. Okay, and that would line up with this, which would be the DRAM selection register. So 4.8 indicates 256 meg at like the highest possible clock speed. So where in here do we talk about memory? Huh. It doesn't. Oh well, that's fine. Oh, we do have AHP clock 60, which would line up with this clock of 60 megahertz. $256. Yet. Nothing. Oh wait, it's OB, sorry. So if we were to compare what one of these other guys do. Okay, and this would be just in the async boot. Well, I mean, I doubt the registers would have changed that much from chip to chip. So we could probably just get away with writing out and documenting all the registers that we recognize in the trace, which would at least set up the scanner to be as expected. Okay, so I've got a bullseye on that. 134F. What is? Do we have a? Okay, we don't have a register ID for that. At least not in there. Okay, that's not really in there either. What does our GL 846 datasheet say it is? Okay, so this has it as exposure time setting in pixel time for green LED of cis or red channel of LCD or CCD node. It cannot be programmed to logic 0. So it's like an exposure amount. Okay, and then B got programmed again to 8C. So if we go, C would be 4 plus 8. Okay, a rising edge from low to high to start power on sequence of SD-RAM. Okay then. God, you really have to hold it. What's it called? For a system on a chip, you basically have to tell it to do everything, which is a little bit odd. Oh, hey, Joey's Bites. Joey's Bites says, saw you working on maybe dig up my flatbed scanner to see if it works on Linux. No, not supported by Sane. It is an old Epson Perfection V37. Yeah, I gave the feeling that scanning isn't really kind of, it's definitely more niche than printing, so, and also it doesn't really seem like there's been much of an effort by the companies involved to actually make a nice driver for it, so it's a little bit more of a basket case than printing. You just got spirited volunteers trying to make drivers for these things. Oh, okay. Oh, and Joey's Bite says, I think everyone scans with their phones these days. Yeah, it's good in a pinch, but I don't know. It's having to do, I don't know, the project that I have in mind requires scanning with repeatable scaling. So I don't want to have to like calibrate every single scan or every single image that I do to a physical size grid. That's gonna drive me mad or smash things up. I don't know. So flatbeds are nice in that respect. You can just say how many DPI you want and have a reasonable expectation that that's what you're gonna get. Okay, okay, maybe I should wrap this up because we're just, at this point I'm just kind of like looking around going, oh, that's interesting, but not really getting well, in this case I'm just trying to see like how much to the registers in this other older system on a chip match up roughly or make sense roughly compared to the ones in our system that we're looking up. We have, so what is this? Address of control register and front end in write operation. Yeah, 515D and 5E, that's right. To change the speed of the motor during programming. Deceleration steps after touching home sensor. Joe's Blight says at least the official Epson website says they don't support Linux. Yeah, I think. Actually, I can't remember what the PlusTek website says. The PlusTek website does support Mac, and part of me does wonder, like, I'm almost tempted to think, oh, it's a Unix driver, surely that would be easy to reverse, but no, it's probably not true. So we've got all these. I see, okay, so unlike the GL846, which fits into like 256, I believe the newer chips, they have two banks of registers, some of which kind of overflow over the side. But I mean, they mostly line up. Like, oh wait, no, they don't. Okay. They don't really line up, do they? Maybe what I need to do is send Puvilis Canapicus an email and asking, hey, love your work. Where did you find the information about these register mappings from? Because it's not so much that we can't just go ahead and like type in a bunch of nonsense straight from the trace into the scan drive. It's more that I'm worried that we have no way of like visibly looking at it and checking to see if it makes any sense. And the register, the meanings of these registers are a large part of that. Because like Genesis GL124 datasheet. I don't think there's a datasheet for 124 that's public. Yeah, okay. So, oh, that's right. This was the issue that I read. And someone said, it seems like it might be a Genesis scanner, a different. I had a look and it seems contained the right stuff. At some point, hopefully, someone will be able to work on this based on the data you've provided. I'm not the maintainer of the backend. Where did someone mention it was like a GL something? Maybe I Mandela affected it. Okay, I must have Mandela affected it. That's okay. So if we go like GL126, GL124. Okay, this is the same scanner. We don't have access to a full data sheet for the GL125. It could be possible to reverse engineer, but that takes a lot of time. We're done in the fullness of time. Okay. Different Genesis chips are all very different and complicated situation. The chip needs to be properly set up for the other hardware that it's interfacing with. Usually have a USB trace. Ooh. Sip is asking like the same questions that I was asking about an hour ago. Great. Okay. So actually, you know what? Okay, maybe the solution, or maybe what we should do is we'll just keep going, given that we're most of the way through the stream. We'll go for another half an hour, and then we'll call it. And then I'll have to like go off and have a think about what we want, what exactly it is we want to do. Because so this initial trace here is just about setting up registers on the scanner. Joey Spite says, I just figured out my scanner was released in 2012, haven't had it out in a long time. I mean, honestly, that's an advantage. It's more likely to... Having slightly old hardware is never a negative when you're using Linux, because chances are there has been more time for someone to scratch their particular itch and add support for it. like I was trying to do. Okay, so we've... What are the different types of control messages we've got? We've got request buffer, request register, value set register. Tell me about request register. I see. Okay, so that would then mean yeah, so we have value set register and value get register. And that makes sense here, because like here's a value get register. So it's asking for index 32, length 1, and it's responding with 55. But I guess the trick with value set register is there's nothing stopping you from adding like as many. You can just ship it as many values as you want and it'll set all of them for you. Assuming that index is equal to 0. Ah, interesting. Okay, yeah. So this is... Okay, so we have like value set register. Okay, which just does a request type out. With this, which is then extended by 1 if it's slightly bigger. Okay, but then there's also this request buffer. Which is 04 and then 82, but we don't, okay, but neither of those seem to be cropping up here. Ooh, okay, and then there's like GPIO read. That would map up, I guess, with this. What is... Where is GPIO read used? Is it used? Okay, this driver uses it. Okay, but it reads a single value from the GPIO endpoint. What the hell's index? Okay, index is defined to be 0. But I mean, that's not happening here. If that's GPIO, it is being... yeah, all sorts of places it's being called from. I guess the hope is that, like, if none of the other drivers need to mess with like GPIO that much, then maybe we don't either. Maybe. Ah, okay. So like this GPIO stuff is used for checking to see, you know, checking the sheet feed mechanism. This is a flatbed, so we don't have that. We just pretty much all we have are like the stepper motors, and I don't think they use GPIO for that. Yep. Okay, well, as a experiment, if I were to open up one of the other PCAPs I did, like the one where I did just a scan. So it's got a fair amount of meat in it, and then okay, so this would just be the control messages. The bulk transfer packets I don't think would be included. So we go packet dissections as JSON. Okay. Whoops. Reset. Comms. Okay, so it did eventually get up to the bit that was scanning. So does that mean, okay, I guess that means like the system on a chip must be doing the actual work and buffering it to the memory, and then you just pull the crap out of this using push polling. Like there's no interrupts. no, 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 no. That can't be right because if I take these filters off. Oh, I guess the control messages must be about like negotiating. Maybe like. Okay, where's packet 313? Yeah, because these are all in the control channel. Like none of this is on the bulk transfer channel. But I just asked for. But like it feels like it's kind of streaming. It must be streaming something. Cause like what's different? It's either streaming something or it's polling. And what's the constant? It's 8A. Okay, no, it's polling GPIO. I do wonder what that would be for, though. Oh, interesting. Look at the numbers. The alternate ones seem to change, just remain the same more than not. Maybe it could be that these are little endian words. And that's kind of, so like 31D, 40D2, etc. And then it's kind of lightly oscillating around the 30 to 40 mark. And that's, yeah, that's plausible. Okay, well it does that for a while. But what happens after it finishes doing that? More importantly, why does it finish doing that? I guess this is probably something I'll have to like look into here. Does that for freaking ages. Ooh, but then eventually... Then eventually it just becomes FFFF. Okay, that's all F's for a while. It's pulling the ever-loving crap out of it. until it's not. Okay, at which point it sets some registers. Okay, and then it begins bulk transferring. Wait, hang on. So it's bulk transfer from the host to the device? Wait, okay. Should be. Would have thought it would have been the other way around. Okay. Okay, these are from the device. Maybe the bulk out was like setting the motor speed table or something. Interesting. All right, it's asking for wildly different things here in this index, and getting mostly different numbers. Okay, are there any other drivers that ship stuff over using USB bulk? As in, like, send things over, like, bulk write. Fair enough. Okay, so it must be right buffer, which is the wrapper around it. Okay, so they have... Yeah, I see. So they write these registers to indicate what the bulk transfer means. So presumably it should be like just immediately before that. Ah, yeah, it's USB control out. So... So 82, which was... Which one was it? It was 82, which is value buffer. Okay. Ah, okay. And then these are the 8 bytes. So... Okay, so we have... So we have 2 bytes on that. Then... 0000. And the target address. Okay, so it would be bulk in. Bulk in, bulk RAM, something, 00. Oh, but okay, yeah, and then that's whatever address I was going to point to. Okay, and then the payload size that they've got would be 400 hex, which is 1024, which then lines up with this, which is exactly 1024 bytes. I see, I see. Okay, so that's that. Let's, okay. Might as well just write down some notes for what we're going to do. Okay. PlusTek Opti Slim 1180 uses GL 126. System on a chip. No data sheet available. Uses 256 megabyte DRAM chip. Bunch of register setup is left in the INI file. Okay. Let's bulk out. Interesting. Okay, so all these control out. Oh no, the control out packages are slightly different. Sending a control message And to let you bulk ship a pile of value pairs. Like, if it's polling something, I don't know what. Like, what convinced it to start doing these control out messages? Okay, and that's shipping. Okay, these are all like CO. Okay, then it gets like CC55. Not quite a smoking gun. Okay, and then by this stage, there's no interrupt anywhere along this. It just knows, presumably from polling the control channel, to start hauling in 93k of image data at a time. Okay, and then that's... Okay, then we got this message here, which... Ah, interesting. Okay, so... Oh wait, no, that's the bulk endpoint. So it just polls whatever's left. Like, I guess it's just the end of the packet. It just spanned 2. Right, and then somewhere at the end, I hit the cancel button. And it took the hint to stop the scanner and presumably send the shuttle back. like after the after like the final bulk message. AD, AE. Oh yeah, okay. It's setting register 1, which I think might be the motor register. Oh, Joey's Byte says, found Linux software called Epson Scan 2, supposed to work with my scanner plus many others, but it doesn't even see it. I mean, that could sometimes be tricky. Like, does Sane recognize the scanner at all if you do the, was it... It's like Find My Scanner or something. Sane Find Scanner, that's the one. Yeah, I don't like how there's... What do you call it? This 8D command, and it doesn't appear here on the low control message value type. Like this is GPIO output, GPIO read, GPIO write, value buffer end access, and a gap. Oh, Joe's Butt says it doesn't find it, but I notice it's not showing an LSUSB either, so I'm going to play with that a bit. Like, keep in mind I mean, yeah, obviously you got to make sure that like this scanner would only show up when both it's plugged in and powered on, so you got to kind of That's yeah. It needs to be showing up in LS USB, or else it's not going to be visible. What the? Hmm. Okay. Where? Oh, yeah. So, like, going back to the bulk. So the sane USB API. Read up the size batch and the interrupt endpoint for the device for the buffer. Okay, so we have like read int. Interesting, okay. So I guess this just doesn't use... It doesn't seem to use interrupts. Table sensor. Oh god, okay, and there's like another custom. Another custom table. Oh, Joey's Bite says, I remember back in the day on Windows, this scanner had a terrible habit of going to sleep when idle and would not wake up without a power cycle, but now it's not working. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I do notice that this scanner does seem to turn itself off quite often. Which, I don't know. Presumably if you're just doing like one scan after another, it's less of a big deal. but I wonder if I were to is it still attached to here? I'm just wondering if the sensor has got any kind of markings on it to suggest what it might be. Nothing I can see. Okay, it auto crops it. That's kind of neat. What is... Okay, so, but yeah, we need to initialize all these registers. That's fine, we can just copy them. It calls find sensor any. Oh, okay, but okay, this is grabbing it from the device description. Sure, okay. Set register values of special TI type front end. Registers value are taken from the front end register data. Don't you just love comments which just kind of give you like a hint of what might be going on, but then just completely devoid of context otherwise. Okay, we've got these to like set the motor registers. Okay, so setting the motor power is register to... Oh, okay, right. So It just sets a bit in register 2, which says motors are on. As well as like the auto go home flag. So we were to like look through our dump. Do we have an example of like register 2 being messed with? Yeah, because it would be control out, because we're sending to the device. Okay, O1, O4, O2. Alright, well this is a bulk message which does seem to set register 2 amongst other ones. What does it set it to? It sets it to A go home, and then A go home and motor power would be 30, which is what it's being set to here. Okay, then what the hell is the slope table? Right, okay, and then then it would be using like the bulk write commands for something like that. Actually, would it be the bulk write commands, or would it be the... Have different ways to write your RAM into gamma tables. Okay. Need to figure out which bit of dump is writing power tables, gamma tables, etc to device registers. Oh, okay, so we've got like 31k sent over the bulk output to the device. With this solid fragment here. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna write these down. Reversing scanner notes. So what do we learn? We learnt that it uses a system on a chip that we don't have datasheet for. We learned that it has 256 megs of RAM. We've learned that some aspects of the chip seem to be working very similar to the other Genesis drivers, which is good news. And there are other aspects which suggest the registers are completely scrambled around, which is bad news. Well, not completely scrambled around, but like certain registers definitely don't seem to kind of line up with the older revisions of the chip, which is unfortunate. And there's okay, and we've got. And what were the tables that we need to worry about? Like there's the gamma table, the slope table, yeah, registers, motor table, and gamma tables. Then ensure the scanner's head is at home. Ah, right, okay, and then there is commands like move back home, which seem to be implemented per chip. Moves the slide to the home position slowly. Wait until home true to make the function waiting for everything to be home. It's also okay. It's also not clear whether, because like there was a lot of talk about like auto go back home, and yet this is just calling like scanner move. Register for scanner session. Device registers. Okay, right, and then there's this function called scanner read status, which I would love to know what that does. Okay, so it polls an address. I mean, like, all the while up here, it's constantly, like, hitting 8A. Index F. I mean, if we were to assume it was that, and like the constant message that the kid comes back is 55, then that would mean what? It would be like motorem lampstus and buff empty scan FSH. Alright, so is motor enabled? Yeah, okay, so that can't be right. So maybe that can't be the status bit then. And yet at the same point, it's just constantly polling it. Yeah, and okay, 80 is like get register. I don't know. Any mention in here about like what's meant to be on register? Register 20? Oh yeah, okay. So here register 20 is like the buffer selection. But given that we're reading from it, I don't know. I'm guessing this is not accurate, or this isn't correct for this chip. So then, like, if that's the case, if it's 20. CO80. CO81. Okay, so if we were to search for this, like every time this is used, is it ever something different? 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Oh my word. V0. V00. V01. Okay, so we just have pretty much every request in that dump returned 55 for that check. And if I were to go back and try it for the other scan file that we had, same deal. It's just also 55. Okay, let's... what was the name of the... What was the name of the API? Or the freaking... register ID that this thing used? Okay, so it was the 101 or 41? 65. Do we have a 65? We don't have a 65. We have a 6C. Oh, wait. I'm using the wrong command. So if we do like 18E. There we freaking go. Okay, so we have... We have a few more, but not really what I was hoping for. How about if I go back to this page? Okay, it's pinging... It's pinging 290 a lot, and 290 does change over time, which is notable. Okay, 290 minus 256. Yeah, cool. So sometimes the driver contacts it as 290, other times it contacts it as 34. And yeah, okay, the result is different. Five, 4, 6 minus 256. 290. Okay, so there's like multiple offsets of 290. Sorry, 256. Which, okay, so like 34, 290, 546, 802, 105. Like, these are all like 256 spaced intervals. That ratchets all the way up. Huh. Well, there certainly is a lot to think about there. Okay, I'm probably gonna go wrap it up because I'm flagging and I got a lot to consider, but yeah. I'm somewhat disappointed that it is not one of the chips that is the datasheet for, because we have to like, it makes it immediately 3 or 4 times harder to have to kind of divine what is going on with each of these registers. But yeah, Yeah, maybe in my own time I'll have to kind of like get the driver to spit out what it considers a motor power table chart to be, and then we might be able to like visually do a bit of a compare with some of the bulk, because there's only a few bulk transfers that get sent to the scanner, and presumably one of them is going to be the gamma table and one of them is going to be the motor power table, and I would hope that through visual inspection you'd be able to figure out which one is which. And then I guess it would just be a case of just taking the printouts of all the data which is being sent to the scanner and trying to say, okay, is that going to be sent with our, with our modification, is that covered? So is it covered with like the initial setup of the registers, or is it covered when you send the job to the scanner? And if so, how is that? Like, I mean, there's going to be like a bunch of, I'm thinking more about like the setup utility for the scanner, for instance. So you have your tool here. Your tool here, if you're gonna let me open it up. No. Oh, do I have to connect this? Do I have to connect the freaking scanner before I can program the buttons? That's insidious. Okay, connect the stupid scanner. Even better, wait for the little toggle switch to go, then go in here. Button configuration. Alright, so in some respects, like all of these are going to have an impact on the registers. And like maybe it would have to be a case of, I mean, like some of these would be like these all look like post-processing options rather than scanner options. These, on the other hand, like the type of scan that is being done, and the resolution and the brightness and the contrast. Yeah, like I think maybe the trick will be to put together a Python script which takes in a pcap dump and then tries to set up all of these. So like 600, for instance, like 600 DPI. So presumably there should be somewhere in this mess, like 0258. Or 5802 if we're doing... it's in the middle of something else. I'm not sure if that counts. Pretty sure it doesn't count. But then, yeah, it's made more complicated by the fact that some of these units are just, some of the units that the scanner is going to use are going to be made up. They're not going to necessarily make any sense. So yeah, maybe the trick is write a Python tool that does a diff between the packet dumps and then just start changing things. A bit of busy work, but what can you do? Oh my god, there's even like more options. But again, like I don't think the scanner outputs raw JPEG. I think it outputs raw bitmap, which then gets converted by this software. and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap the stream up there because I'm quite tired and I think I've hit my limit for tonight. Who's doing stuff? Ugh, okay, oh my god, my brain is completely shut down now. It's true, once you stop moving, then it just kind of peters out, doesn't it? Okay. The raid screen isn't working, so we're not gonna raid. I've decided. Executive decision, no raid. I'll be back next week on Tuesday. We'll be doing more Fools Around, which is easier. So much easier than this. Yeah, I'll probably see you then. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your week. Goodbye.